Jurarara guy just subscribed. Who is this man?
Oh my. Dura, let's go. Thank you so much for the Prime Gaming. Let's go. Who is this man? It is I. Thank you, Dura. All right, so I'm listening to the YouTube audio, and it seems like the music's coming through, the royalty-free music. What's up, Beta? And Wild, what's going on? Thank you for the lurk. Hello? Yeah, okay. All right, does that Spotify music come through? I'm listening. I'm waiting. It didn't come through. Perfect. All right, I got to turn off this audio feed because it is driving me crazy. What's going on, people? And let me hear. What is... And then Twitch has no music. All right, good. Now we're going to start playing some music. All right. I was just double checking. I am now trying a new technique, a brand new, fresh technique to send royalty-free music to my YouTube and also to the VOD on Twitch. And I am going to play whatever the hell I want on Spotify on Twitch Live. And it seems like it's all working. So let's listen to some music. Meow, meow, meow. And Beta with the lurk, thank you so much. Palenko, good evening from Denmark. Hey, welcome in, welcome in. I guess I'll start off with a little bit, a tiddly bit of a song I like to call Home. We're going to do some art today. I decided to do stream today because it's Wednesday. And I say I stream on Wednesdays. And I just downloaded a bunch of royalty-free music and was setting it all up. And I had to test to see if it was all going through. So we're here. Yesterday was an 11.5-hour stream. We got a lot of shit done. Then I went to the grocery store, half awake. Bought a bunch of groceries after going on a walk. And then I crashed. I went to sleep and then I woke up. And it's like I go to bed at like a normal time now. Just a normal person. And that's why my stream title today is called Daywalker. I am a walker of day. Maybe eventually I'll get back to the nighttime streams. Reawakened, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, everyone. I keep changing my stream schedule. I'm erratic. I'm not even cleanly shaving or bathing very often. I'm just working on the game. Small question, big topic. Do you know Casey Muratori and his Handmade Hero series? Palenko, I do not know these things. How can I? I have no time. All I do is make game. I also didn't put on my backlight, which I'm not going to. It is on, but it's not pointed at me. So we're going to have a little bit different lighting today. All right, first things first, I'm going to move this arm up and modify this hand. I think we'll do this on a few moves. Oh shit, I gotta shrink this so I can see YouTube chat. Come on. There we go. It's about making a game engine, a game from scratch in C without using any libraries apart from Windows 32. Nice. So is it a 3D or is it just for 2D games or what? Like, I'm creating my own engine for this game, but I'm also not messing with trying to make a 3D engine. I don't think I would mess with that. That's a little bit intimidating for me. But I'm a 2D artist. I'm a 2D game maker. That's just kind of my thing anyways. So it's not like I'm not doing something I wish I was. All right. Yeah, we're going to do this in pieces. I am just not going to worry about the colors for a moment. Massive project, 2D in the beginning, 3D is math heavy. How did you go about making a game engine and why? I'm using C++ and SDL3 or SDL2 actually. And SDL2 is the graphics library that I'm using to actually do the handle the graphics. So I am using that. So I didn't write that, but utilizing SDL2, I've written everything that goes into the game. And what does SDL2 provide? It helps make me see. How do I want to handle that? It helps making like windows, key and mouse detection. It helps you go to like full screen. It helps you just show images, rendering textures to screen and moving them around, rotating them, stuff like that. And eventually I'll also use potentially the audio mixer, and there's other like different libraries, different parts of like extensions to the SDL library that I'll end up using. I'm gonna move the graphics first. We'll start with the skin texture. That shouldn't interfere with that, so just move that. What's up, Nugget King? And to answer your question of why am I creating my own engine? It's because I was a professional. I made Flash games professionally, and I'm used to making games utilizing Flash, where you built everything in ActionScript. It was a pretty high level language. There was a lot that you could do with it. But you still had to create games from scratch utilizing that. And I just got used to making games that way, and that's just the way I like to do things. I like to think about what I'm making. I just like doing things on my own terms. It's not because I think it's like faster or, you know, the wisest path, like financially, because it's going to take a long time, but actually I think we could just select all these and move it. It's just because I like to do things my own way. And in the end, I'm going to try to use my engine towards future games as well. So eventually I'll just build up my own system and I'll own it. I won't owe anyone anything. And I can dedicate it to be the best it can be towards whatever game I'm making. And I won't have any bloat. I won't have any unnecessary stuff, hopefully. Let's see, where's the armor? I have to redraw some of the shield a little bit, but that's okay. It's not going to be hard. Let's move the fist up. Oh. Gotta include these layers. Which probably won't work with. I guess it's good. But you wouldn't consider SDL as almost an engine itself. It's a graphics library. It is part of my like core loop. It helps adding it has like does a frame delay, so it's kind of it's helping things in a sense, but you still have to piece it together yourself. It gives you all kind of the individual parts, but you have to still be running the engine yourself, more or less. I don't really call it like I'm making a game engine, because I consider when you call it a game engine, that makes me think like you're building something that's meant to be multi-purpose and used for like many different things. I'm making a custom game with STL and C++. A lot of people consider that a game engine, and I just say that sure, it's a game engine, because obviously it is, because it's creating the game, but and running the game, but ultimately it's very catered to the game I'm making. But I am trying to like make the classes have like a certain generic utility to them that I'll be able to put it towards the next framework. So basically I'm just kind of creating my own game framework is the way I like to think about it. And the reason why SDL is helpful is because it helps me get cross-platform compatibility. So it's helping me like run a game on both PC and Mac, and also to have controller compatibility and keyboard compatibility. And I don't have to think about like individually trying to focus on individual platforms and devices and stuff. But otherwise, yeah, I'm running just my own thing. But SDL itself is not, it's not an engine. It's not running a loop. It's just taking graphics and making textures, and then you can like detect things, and it's kind of like an interfacing with the different devices and stuff like that. So it's just not, it's not quite enough to be a full engine, but it does have a lot of helpful stuff. Yeah. Doing well, making a Penguin Coach couch game before the end of the year as a side project. Nice, Nugget. Good luck with that. Sure, Planko. I'm relatively new to both C++, and I mean, I've only been studying C++ for the past couple of years, and I've never built, this is like my first game that I've built with it, but I've built a lot of games in the past with like ActionScript and JavaScript, and I'm no stranger to kind of the general like sense of making a game, but to do it with C++ and SDL2, that's the newer aspect for me, but it's all relative. I'm like writing the game as if it was an ActionScript game in a way, but it's already more powerful. Just the amount of like stuff that goes into it is already more intense. But it's good. It's good. Yeah, because like when I think engine, I think, like Godot or Unity, something where people can just open it up and then start adding stuff to a stage and like building a thing. And mine doesn't fully do that. It's just like the bare bones, Okay. The fuck? The fuck? The fuck? Yeah, generic game programming. That's kind of how I feel about it. Yeah. Is there any new enemies added lately? I actually, yeah. I mean, this week we're going to be starting on the Shadowcaster. We've completed the Piranhas yesterday. I didn't say you could play this song, bro. Why is my computer going slow? My computer's slow today. I wanted to play one more thing from LCD Sound System, and it is called... I actually think it's just a single. Bounce down 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 down. It's in my brain. New Body Roomba. Galali. But yeah, making a game implies the engine. If you're not hard coding everything to that specific game, you should have some good components to use for other games, right? Wood! What's up, Fort? Yeah, yeah. Yeah, like I have a game, like a game loop. I have a core class which runs the loop. And then I have a level class which brings in the level, and you know, within the core, between the core and the level class, they're already starting to pull in data, parse device, you know, events like the keyboard and mouse, and then I'm like running all the subsequent classes, you know, the enemies and all the crap. It's kind of like a basic system, and it's the type of system I'd have to build when I was doing Flash, because there was no like specific game framework. So you had to like put together your own, like, you know, this is the level class, and this is the like instruction screen, and here's the intro screen, here's the game over, and then you have to make them all work together and cleanly like add and remove and all these things. And just to do that in like C++ with the whole like rule of 0, 3, and 5 with copy constructors and move constructors, all that shit, it's so much more complicated with C++. It's kind of crazy, guys. It's kind of crazy. And if you know, you know. We're just going to do some digital art today because we're just relaxing. I wanted to make some progress on this and kick some ass, because this is like the mega week. This week, for whatever reason, we're going to be making a shit ton of progress and just a lot of advancements to the whole production, and hopefully with marketing too, getting a little better here with the YouTube. Now we have a royalty-free music coming through on the YouTube channel, and it'll also be on the Twitch VOD. So the Twitch VODs will be more watchable. They won't just be me quietly farting and silently staring for hours. Now you can listen to some generic royalty-free music on that, which honestly I like better because I feel like it protects your voice better with all these... you know, people can't just like harvest your voice as easily when there's music playing, which will soon become a concern to all creators. All creators on the internet will not want to be replicated through AI. Not that I think anyone would care to replicate my voice, but I think about these things. I need a new body. Let's get rid of this. I want to extend that pinky a little bit. And then I also want to extend these fingers a little bit. We should get the reference window going so I can see the pulled back view. I'm all sitting here hyper focused. Palenko, you have a good day too, man. You finished the kendama drawing? Let's go. Progress. Great success. I am excited to report that the YouTube channel now has that royalty-free music. I hope it treats people well. It's better than nothing, I'll say that much. I went through and listened to all of, kind of most of it, and it just sounded like lo-fi stuff. So it'll be interesting to see if there's more people that hang out longer on the YouTube. Slowly working on all of it. Last time when I broke the rules on the YouTube channel, they like gave me a warning and stuff about the music. So I hopefully don't rub them the wrong way with this stuff. I should be safe. It says I should be safe, so. But anyways, enough about that nonsense. Today's going to be kind of a big focus day. Because I'm going to get into the right side of my brain. Drawing on the right side of the brain. Y'all remember that book? All you artists remember that book? Drawing on the right side of the brain. It's when you learn that as an artist, you are utilizing the right side of your brain. And when you notice that, you start to notice how when you focus on spatial reasoning for enough time, you start to lose touch with time and language and everything. You fade into the obscurity of creation. You melt into your imagination. It is like a very effective means to meditation. Dance yourself clean? All right. I'll listen to this one. You posted a video on YouTube and it got banned in Russia. Well, the best thing you can do is try to like create a vid that like creates the most broadest international appeal, and that's difficult. I even heard that like when you release games in China, they will like ban your game if there's any sort of red representing like blood anywhere in your game. Like they're really against like violence in their games, I guess. Well, they just have these like really strict bans on everything so that they can then take the ideas and then just like recreate the game by Chinese developers, but like who understand the government restrictions on everything. And so it's like, if you can figure out how to like not get, if you can bypass that and get your game in as someone who, you know, is not from China, then that's going to open you up to a pretty broad market. That's one of the reasons why I'm trying to avoid putting gore in my game. But I'm not even sure if it's enough. But the thing is I'm not fully versed on those restrictions. So I can't be 100% sure if I'm like even safely evading that or not. Honestly, I don't think games need gore to be fun. There's certain games that I think benefit, you know, it adds like a certain level of suspense and stuff. But I also think that like most games can be pretty satisfying without getting crazy about it. But I also like, at the same time, want to avoid trying to be like PC, politically correct. Like I'm definitely not trying to be, I will never like hire a committee of people to like be like, this is what you need to do with your game to like be morally like on board with the world, and you know, like a woke council or something. That's never gonna happen. If anything, I'm gonna go like anti that shit and just be like classic buff normal, you know, kind of shit. I don't know, like just the shit I grew up with where there wasn't any of that bullshit going on. People like preaching to you, telling you how to think, how to feel. It's like, fuck that. Live your life. If you want to play GTA and punch a grandma, then fucking do it, you weirdo. That's always my favorite reference. Everyone's punched a grandma in GTA. Everyone. All right. I'll teach you, sonny boy. All right, let's fix these colors. I think the lines are a little bit better. You mean playing Helldivers without the acid of the bugs flying everywhere would not be the same, but gore is not needed in most scenarios? Only one? Rookie numbers? Thank you for helping me make my points. People like to do chaotic things in games because it's hilarious. It's so like odd, you know? That's what makes it fun, is you get to like do things that you can't do in normal, or would never do in normal society. And it just like makes it kind of hilarious. It's like a South Park with Kick the Baby, you know, just like random stuff that you're like, of course you would never want to kick a baby, but it's such a funny skit. I remember like I watched this game conference about this talk about, it was this company that all they did was like take surveys from players and try to figure out what players were all about. And one was like kind of the gender specific desires, and generically they found between like men and women, men typically really love chaos. They like to find that one thing in your game that's like not supposed to happen or is like very strange, like, and they want to do that thing. Like if they're playing a game where you have like a sit function and they're like, can you sit on people? Or like in GTA you like punch a grandma, or like you just do anything you can, anything and everything to break the game and just create chaos. Because it's hilarious, it's entertaining, it's just what men typically do. And I've done it too. Like I agree with that. I'm like, yeah, I actually, when I get bored with the game, I'll like start doing weird shit. Like you don't always want to play the good guy. Sometimes you want to go and get crazy. The fun about gaming is doing stuff you can't in real life. So like what they said about like women, I don't know if I really fully comprehended everything, like in terms of committed it to memory, but I think generally what I remember them saying about what women desire is more about, they're more invested in story and fantasy, I guess. And who knows, women might like chaos too, and men might like story too, you know? So it's like, I don't know how like accurate that stuff is, but the chaos thing, it resonated with me. I was like, yeah, that's just how it is for sure. It did kind of like make me think, how am I going to put that into my game? Like I need to put some sort of like chaos function into my game. Like something, like it's not like a sandbox game where you can just, you know, like people generally who create sandbox games, they try to take the game away from like a linear fashion and just like make it so it's up to you. You decide as the player to make your game story, you know, like what do you want to do in your game? It's up to you. And that's like, you know, Minecraft, for instance. There's these games where it's just like open world, do whatever you want, basically. And live with the consequences or whatever, you know? And I think a lot of people are getting pretty used to that sort of like, it's like a very popular way of doing things. And my game is going to be relatively linear, so it's like kind of have to figure out maybe a new way. I don't know. You know how like in Dark Souls you can break ceramic pots everywhere? Like there's that destructive element. I'm thinking I need to like at least put that in somehow so that you can just kind of break things, so you can get kind of like a maybe a stress release from that. I'm not sure. I'm still trying to figure it all out. All right, let's change the music. That was enough of that business. What do I want to listen to today? What's up, Shader? I hope you're well too, man. You remember seeing a video game grandparents playing GTA 5 and all the men went around punching people? Breakable environments can do so much. You've discovered over multiple games. Yeah, I just think it's generally like, I know when you're playing like Hearthstone, for instance, and that's just a regular deck builder game, there's not a lot of like freedom. You know, you can just play the game and that's about it. But when I've watched my buddy Cantaloupe, he's a professional streamer playing Hearthstone, has been for many years. Check him out if you like Hearthstone. Cantaloupe is his name. I don't think he spells cantaloupe perfectly, like the real way you spell it. But anyways, Lope, as they call him, when he's playing, you can just see him when he's just like frustrated or just kind of bored between turns. He'll like click around on the environment because they have like this rich art environment on the you know, the board, if you guys have seen Hearthstone. And there's like little like I don't know, like just little like mini environments on the corners of the game. And if you click into them, you can interact with them and they do like little things. It's all like pointless. It doesn't actually like achieve anything. But if there's like a windmill or something, you can like spin it, like little things like that. Like if there's water, you can like click it in and it'll splash. And I don't know to what extent it does it. I just know that like whenever you're clicking, you're always rewarded with some sort of interaction. I mean, not always, but like often. And I'm like, okay, so I need to figure out how to put that into my game. So when people just kind of like want to casually click around, that there's something that's given back to them. And I have some ideas of things that I want to do, but they're more like directly related to the gameplay. And I'm not going to talk about them because I want to keep some secrets. Because I don't want to give away my whole concept top to bottom. just because I want to keep a little mystery. I think it would be fun to keep a little mystery. But I really want to figure out like some sort of like you click on the environment in the background and it generally kind of generically does something. Not that actually benefits the game, but like does, you know, you just kind of interact and... There we go. Let's do some guitar. I am going to be cleaning my place again today. Got finished, so mostly lurking. I thought you cleaned everything yesterday, Shader. Oh, so you're still cleaning? That's awesome. I love it. It's the marathon. I guess we need to erase. Wait, what? Erase? Fill in? Okay, we need to fill in. All right. Gotta fix this mask here. So yeah, like, I don't know, like when you click on the waterfall, it splashes, or when you, I don't know, click Blinky, something little happens. Blinky's like the little tree with the red eyes in it that blink every now and then. Just like something, right? I haven't really, that's a nice to have that I'm not going to work on until core game is like in place. But I think that is vital to the end game product. Probably not for the demo. Probably not for the demo. Yesterday... Oh, Bloons TD 6 does that too. I also noticed it in Kingdom Rush, that tower defense game. They'll have like little, like if there's a sheep, you can like click the sheep, and I think if you click it enough, it'll explode, or just little stupid things like that, you know? Just makes it fun. Get rid of that line. Besiege did it too, but you're not 100% sure. Man, I weigh 400 pounds. I have to split it into like 3 days. Oh, that's fair. Yeah, you got to be easy on the joints. 100%. But it's also good that you're getting up, get some blood to flow. Yesterday after my 11.5-hour stream, I was like, oh, fuck. I went for a nice walk. Just 20 minutes. I just had to like move because I've been so hyper focused on the game Like, I'm just need to do need more blood flow, more exercise, more movement, because it helps mitigate stress. And the more you do that, the more you're able to, basically it just helps you be productive, because you're able to like relax and tap into more of a relaxed side of your mind, you know, and just get shit done. Because when you're stressed, you're like not able to do anything. You just want to rest. All right, let's give this a little finger. A little shadow. A little shadow. A little shadow. Absolutely. I bet you sit many, many hours in front of it. That's gotta suck for your butt and stuff. Yeah, it is bad. Your ass hurts when I work 10 hours straight. I usually do part of the work from back. Well, you know, you see me get up and like move around at least a couple times in the stream. That's why, like, when I'm off stream, I'm walking, I'm doing exercises like strength training, just using like free weights. Today I pulled out my 25s. My back finally healed from when I like pulled it on stream the other day when I was doing those squats, kind of like deadlift squats style, with very bad posture. I pulled my back a little, and then finally today my back is healed, because whenever I injure my back, I stop everything. I listen to my back. Once it's fucked up, I heal. But then I pulled out the 25s. So I got two 25s, right? I got 50 pounds. And I decided, instead of holding the weights like down and trying to squat that way, I keep the weights like this, so that I can keep very straight up and down when I'm doing the squats. And I did 12 today. And so I'll do like the squat, and then I'll do like the shoulder raise, you know, shoulder press. So I did 12 of those, and I need to do a couple more sets of that. Strength is really good, like strength training, because it just makes you, it like releases these wonderful things into your body, these endorphins, these like healthy protein stuff. It's good. Eat protein, strength train, you will feel good. But make sure you use good posture, or you'll fuck up your back. I shouldn't have done it on stream because I was like too distracted. But anyways, I healed. I'm fine. I'm back at it again. Damn. Oh boy, boss just called me to say that I'm part of the first group to be let go. Celeste, I'm sorry to hear that, man. Company's going out of business, but thought I had until June. Now I have 1 week. No. Damn, dude. That sucks. Not sure where to go from here, but I'll figure it out. Yeah, hopefully it'll be one of those things that like it's for the best, you know? And you'll find yourself in like a new in a place that you wouldn't have found yourself in that's better somehow, you know? Like, and in the end you'll be grateful that it happens, but until that all works out, I wish you luck, man. What's up, Joe Kid? Sorry about your hair. It can be really devastating. Yeah, it sure can. Some people can be really devastated by such things. No doubt. For sure, I hope so. Yeah, man, I wish you the best. I wish you the best. That one's a little wide, but let's bring it in. Bring it on. But yeah, Joe's talk about something interesting, you know? Yeah, there's nothing harder than having a stability and then like feeling the change, you know, feeling just the pressure of change, but it'll be okay. There's still a lot of opportunity out there, and well. Let's do a little bit of blend on that too, actually. So I'm going to try a new pose on the orc today. We're going to try to like drop his hands down to hopefully make his gesture a little less, just put it like in a hopefully a slightly more energetic posture. That's the goal. We'll see what happens. And speaking of orc, I just saw this thing today about how Tolkien believed that based on its Germanic roots, the phrase, the term orc, comes from, originally was like Orkneys from Beowulf. And one thing that Tolkien wished that he had done but didn't was spelling orc with a K instead of a C. Because he said based on its Germanic roots, like that should have been the way that it was spelled. Orc with a K. Could you imagine? But by the time he had realized, he had already used it in so many places with the C that he didn't want to like go back and fix it. And man, do I not like, I get that, you know, like once you've like done a bunch of work towards something and you're like, I could go back and change it, but that seems like a lot of work that no one would care about anyways. Like, just imagine that, like the whole world would be different. There's like an alternate timeline out there where orc is spelled with a K. And people like put in the work to like get it right, you know? I feel like I am kind of like that. Like I like to get things done right. And so sometimes I'll take a little longer to do things. But I don't know. I think I have a healthy side of like, that's good. Fuck it. Like, let's move on. I think I'm kind of a little bit of both. You gotta find that balance because you can't always be a perfectionist. Otherwise, you'll never get anything done. Never. Oh yeah, that's what I wanted to touch out. Do-do-do-do-do-do. A little bit more off that line. Oh shit. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, we gotta add soon. Sorry. Sorry. Can fix this arm a little bit. Boom. Feels good. Ba, da, da, da. Touch. Hide you. Oh, do I have to? I think I also have to touch up this. Yeah. So that is going to be. What? No. Middle of this. And this. Oh, no, this. Beautiful. Okay. So let's find those. Get this base color back in. Do 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 do. Da, da, da. Is that everything? Yeah. Let's add that again. Copy. Select. Delete. Mask it. Nice. Could fix out this outline, then we'll be done with that note. What's going on? There we go. Alright, I think that was it for... Here's arm length and hand, did that. Tighten that hand too. You ordered a box of soju? Really? That sucks. Classic Czech business morals. I think I want to start with the eyeballs. I was thinking I need to raise his eyes just like a little bit. Right now, he's kind of like looking at the axe. Like, I don't know if he needs to be like... I feel like the dude, Gant, is looking at the orc's face. I don't know if the orc needs to be looking back. So let's see what would it be like if we did make it look back. Eyeballs. So I think the way I'll do this is just a cover. Yeah, the shop is sending a new one. It happens from a major delivery company. That's pretty scummy. Damn. Pretty shady business. All right, let's add some eyeballs. No, just... Org looking good. Thanks, man. You gotta have a sip of orc blood to finish the cleaning. Gotta boost my morale. I could have some coffee. All I can say is life is good. Brown. So we can still do some slight eye adjustments if I need. Mm-hmm. All right, orc. What's up, A-Clocks? Like greedy or any of the weird stuff they teach? The using algorithms in my game? No, but I have considered it. There was someone in chat a long time ago, a couple months ago, that came in and we're talking about how they were working on a tower defense, and they were creating like a bell curve for their enemies so that throughout the waves and like the level, the enemies would become increasingly more difficult. And he did it through an equation that was meant to like steadily increase their difficulty, which I found interesting. I'm currently not doing anything like that. And I don't know if I fully agree with that approach, just because, I mean, it's nice in a sense that you get a little bit of that variety and you're constantly having to adapt. But I remember watching a Slay the Spire game conference, and they were talking about one of the consistent feedback that they received from players was there was a time when they made their monsters, their mobs, more unpredictable. And people hated it. People prefer when things are more predictable. And that way it's like you can consistently strategize around it, I guess. So pretty much I concluded for my game that I don't want to create an immense amount of volatility, but there is, like, you can miss an enemy, you can hit them and they'll hit a defensive posture and you'll do less damage. And so there's a bit of RNG, so there's already a tiny bit of volatility that's baked in, but it's not, I don't think it's like so crazy that it seems like you can't predict what's going to happen, you know, whether or not you're going to be able to overcome an enemy. I think a little is good, a lot is bad when it comes to that kind of thing. In regards to mitigating people's expectations and making it fun. Could be wrong, that's just my opinion. And it also might be different per game, so. Might be some context where that's like really good. Makes sense. Now, where algorithms are interesting to me are how people use it to more efficiently search through data. I've wanted to do more research on that because they have ways of kind of just making searching larger pools of data in a more efficient way, which I've wanted to like bone up on. See if I can't pick something up from learning from more about algorithms, you know? Could be a good thing. Bam. What up, Renty? What's up, Landed? So Ryan, do you play any instruments, or do you read music, or have you produced music? Yeah, I've been playing guitar for about 30 years, and I've been singing for about, I don't know, a good 20 years, but I don't really get serious about singing until probably like, 15 years ago, 10 years ago. So I can sing, I can play guitar. I've been a guitarist in numerous bands. I've composed many studio albums with different bands, and as a guitarist for many of them, and as a vocalist and guitarist for a number of them too. Yep. Played live many times, gone on small tours. I don't read music though. I tried learning one time and didn't really feel like I was into it, basically. What's up, Worshi? Welcome to my Daywalker stream, where I walk among the day people. The day people. I'm getting pretty lost in my art here. It's fair to say. How you doing, Orshi? So let's go there. And that's... What's up, Bearded Parrot? Is this a no shave November Rian? Oh, as soon as I stop being lazy, I'll shave my head again. But I'm not gonna. I have decided to grow the beard out for November. But I am sacrificing a little bit of vanity so that I can spare a little extra time for game. So I make it a little uglier, but my productivity will increase. Truthfully, I don't really care, but I don't want to become too much of a slob because then that will reflect poorly on the game. If I look like a bum, it's not as professional. So I'm kind of walking the line, I guess. I don't know. Mine is down to the middle of my chest. Damn, son, that is a big one. Sup, Johnny Cash? What's going on, Leonard? What the hell? Johnny Cash.
on.
Watashi, welcome in. You don't remember either? It was something I said. What the F did I say? Mortal Kombat. I like the art. It is very Disney gargoyle-esque. Dude, I'll take that. I love gargoyles. Growing up, I watched the gargoyles. I thought they were sick. Surprisingly good story for a cartoon of the time. This is going to be the splash art for the game. That's why I'm under software and development here, because this is all about part of the game. It's all part of the game. Right now I'm trying to do a different pose of the arm here on the orc so that he's a little more engaging, because I felt like his position prior, his gesture was a bit weak. So I'm trying to beef him up a little here. But now we gotta draw the axe. First we gotta clean out the old one. The art and the concept. Thanks, Watashi. I've already put about like 30 plus hours in this piece, but it's got to be good. So we'll put as much time as it needs. It's been a lot of concept and like redrawing stages. I'm gonna guess it's probably gonna take around 100 hours in the end. Probably. Between like the logo and everything. Okay. Now we gotta put in our new axe. I feel like I'm gonna be redoing that bicep a little bit before I get to the axe. It's bothering me. Been lurking yesterday for a couple hours. Well, glad to have you, man. What's up, DG? How goes it today, my friend? It goes pretty good. Just kinking our way through the splash art here. Love the FF7 jam, Temple of Ancients. Yeah. Just got some guitar music going today. What's up, Grumble? 30 plus hours is wild. Oh my god, yeah. It's just the beginning. I'm super slow when it comes to digital art, sadly. I wish I was way faster, but my obsession with clean lines is the death of me, so just the way it is, I guess. I don't know. But this is the splash art, so it is vital that it's polished, so I'm okay with it, but it is a time suck. Alright, I'll come back to the arm. Let's get the axe, and I'm going to do it on a new layer so I can get destructive. I kind of have like a vague idea here. My rough sketch I had before. He's mastering the blade. Are you going to work on the tree projectile animation today? I know you said you'd want it to be different than the flower one. Yeah, I don't know what I'm going to do for it yet. But I'm probably not going to work on it today. Stream today is probably going to be focused just on the splash art. And next stream will be all pixel art. Just because, as you know, the splash art here takes a good amount of time. So I know that I'll easily be able to spend the entire stream on it. Because I'd like to get it, I'd like to move it into a better spot. Well, at least have final lines. That sort of adjustment, though, is really only going to take, like, not much time. Honestly, probably like 5 minutes. I have to just come up with some new art for it, and I'm not sure what I'm going to do yet. Because it's a wood spike. So, like, what does a wood spike trail look like? That's the real question. This is blue dabu dai beta. What the hell? That's all I have to say to you. Leaves and splinters. Well, I like the splinters idea. Leaves. I'm going to be using the leaf idea. We do need to create the animation for the heel, and that's going to have some like leaves like floating around. We also need to upgrade the update the thumbnail. For the heel, I mean. I'd also start like soon I want to start working on the card flip. Get the assets for all the cards so I can start putting it in the card system. Like with the way that you would like pick up and handle a card. Like when it's dealt to you on stage and then it like flips around and all that good crap. Splinter sounds good. I do like that idea, yeah. Could just be like little wood chips or something. Leaves is a good idea too. I'm just kind of saving it for something else. Oh, I don't know this song. Oh, apparently not. Maybe it passes through God rays and disrupts floating particles. Yeah, get epic with it. Yeah. Yeah, Final Fantasy VII. It's just guitar music today because we be chilling, you know. We're Bob Rossin today. Watashi voting for Splinters. On the flip side, your line work is beautiful. Nicely done, Mr. Alalala. Well, thank you. Thank you. This is looking top tier, man. I wish I was talented like this. You can be. You just have to kick ass and work at it. And be willing to put in... I mean, the way that it turns good is I spend a copious amount of time on it. If I was to just rush it, you'd see how I'm kind of mid. But when I spend a lot of time on it, I can clean it and render it to a point where it's pretty good. Where's the axe? Let's name that layer and save. But that being said, I've worked very hard, so I'm proud of where my skill is at. And I've got a ways to go. And the growing never stops. I'm just glad I feel confident enough to do the splash art. You know, because I was like, should I hire someone for this? The only reason I was really considering hiring somebody was purely because the time commitment it takes, because I'm so slow. But I'm like, fuck it. I gots to do it. Because I just like art. I wanted it to be me. It's been my dream since I was a young lad to be a comic book artist. So this is the next best thing. I'm back. Welcome back, Celeste. Hello, hello. You ever asked what this piece is for? Is this the title screen for art for in-game? It is the splash page, like the cover art on like the just for the game in general. And I don't know if I'll do like kind of like a pixel art version for in-game, or if I would just use this for the in-game title screen. Maybe. That part is undecided, but this is definitely like the cover of the game, you know? It's meant to like be the marketing material that you see around for the game with the logo on it. And I've already finished the logo. Well, I have to touch up the logo a little bit, but like it's pretty much done and I'm pretty proud of it. All original typography. I ended up like just sketching the logo with ballpoint pen in my sketchpad. And then I traced it in Inkscape, a vector art program, and it turned out pretty damn good. I was like, holy shit, it's the best typography I've ever done. So I can't wait to share that with y'all once I'm telling you what the name of the game is. Still a mystery. Trees Revenge is a working title for all of y'all who've seen Trees Revenge floating around. That's been the working title since the beginning. Trees Revenge. But it's not the final name of the game. You just have to kick ass and chew bubblegum. Yep. Are you working on this and getting the game together to create a vertical slice? What do you mean? Like make it so that I can be like the mobile aspect ratio? This piece is good for like different aspect ratios. The way that that's why I'm like keeping the orc in the position that he's in, and I'm just trying to like make his arms seem a little bit more, just have more motion to it, even though it is kind of a static moment. But like this, I'm able to crop this picture by a lot and you can still know what's going on, including like a vertical slice. But I don't know if that's what you're talking about, Bearded Parrot. Vertical slice sounds like it might be something specific. And I'm also painting this so it could be, it's rather large, so that it could be a poster if I wanted it to be. Might be fun to do like a short poster run. Vertical slice is a term I have heard on a lot of game dev podcasts and posts, where you get together a demo and some cover art to market to publishers. Oh, I see. Well, this is all, like right now I am focused on getting the app page live. So I'm trying to get like the initial marketing material together. So it almost would seem like it would be that, like a vertical slice, I guess. But I'm not trying to get a publisher. I'm going to publish myself. So yeah, this is meant to be a picture that like you look at it and you're like, I wonder what that game's about. That's the goal. So hopefully it doesn't suck. And if it does, we'll keep working on it till it is better. Which is exactly what we're doing right now. Like I'm going through and I'm like redrawing the orc a bit, get the positioning right, a little better. And just hopefully it feels good. And I'm probably going to try to get, once I get it to a position that I feel pretty decent about it, I'll put it in front of some artist and get some further critiques on it. So that's why I think it's going to be like 100+ hours doing it, because it's, after those edits, it's going to be like, for sure, it'll work. Let's see, let's get this hand to be out here. I'm sure my lighting is going to be the biggest culprit. I'm trying to be like relatively consistent with the lighting, but I'm sure it needs work. Tends to be the case for me. It's the way to do it, unless you need a lot of help with marketing perspective. That's the one thing I'm not doing on this game, which is, I would say, a bit foolish, is I'm not doing a lot of market research. I'm not really studying my niche very much, and I'm not getting like a consensus on how well this game would do and where to like place it and all this stuff. Like, that's what I intend to do for the next game. But for this one, I'm just kind of generally saying I'm doing this game specifically because it's a smaller scope, that I can get it done soon, so I can go through the exercise of completely releasing a game. And I'm going to try to make it as fun as I can make it, and hope for the best that it is marketable in the end. Because I'm kind of flying blind, and I'm just kind of throwing stuff in that, you know, I don't know, it's a big risk because I don't have the information on it, you know? And I'm just like, whatever. That's not the goal here. It's not to be the most marketable game. It's to achieve the goal of getting the game done. Wow, that's not right. That is one wide forearm. Oh my god. No. We fix. I mean, there's people out there trying to like hire big marketing firms, you know, and they want to take all your money and they don't care about your project, and I don't know. I think the true way to do it is to establish your own network for marketing, you know? Myris, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Basically do exactly what the publishers would do, and that requires like doing your own, like figuring out how to be better at marketing and to put yourself out there. It's one of the reasons why I do my game dev live on Twitch, is to try to get, it's one of my vehicles for trying to get the message out there. I've started simulcasting on Twitter as well. I'm sorry, not Twitter, YouTube. So I'm like I'm sending my stream simulcast like also to YouTube, hopefully to slowly get better at being a YouTuber, like a live stream YouTuber. I've also like applied for a TikTok live stream key, and I don't think I'm gonna get it because I've heard they're really strict and stingy about who they're gonna give it out to. And I'm just trying to like figure out how to do all that stuff on my own, which will include doing like my own PR and stuff. Like press releases and whatnot. That'll be a challenge, a learning curve. But like where I have an advantage over like, say if I were to spend a ton of money on a marketing firm, is if I did that, then I would have only enough money, only enough budget to say hire them for like a brief period, you know, maybe a couple months, where since I'm doing it myself, I can sit here and infinitely figure out how to market, albeit probably less effectively at first. But then you hear stories like Slay the Spire. When they released, they only sold like, you know, 400 copies or so on their big release. And that's not very good. Like they didn't do very good, but they just kept sending emails out and finding ways to market. And they had a huge leg up by going to one of those stream key websites where basically you can send your keys to your game to streamers that are like looking to get free game keys, and they play it on their streams. And that's just like a great way to advertise a game, because it gets people more invested. They're seeing someone interact with the game and play it, and then they go and like check it out themselves. And Slay the Spire has sold like several they made like several $1 million at this point. I think we looked it up last stream and it was like 45 million or something like that. It was like some insane amount. So they started out like being really bad because they didn't know what they were doing, but they had a good game with a lot of solid play testing behind them. So they knew that if people played it, they would like it. And all they had to do is get it in front of the right people. Damn it, that hand is not good. What could work if I get rid of that? Get rid of that part. So I feel like that's how I'm going to release my game. It's going to like be it's going to start kind of small in terms of the marketing, but as soon as I release it, I'm going to be out there trying to figure out how I'm going to be promoting it. So I'm going to hopefully over time build up sales and make a name for myself little by little. That's kind of my goal. That's when I'm going to be power leveling the marketing side. But I can't do any of that without marketing material, like the splash page. So that's why we're here. We're working on this. You've been working for 2 months in my free time, trying to get sorting layers and colliders working in my 2D asymmetric game. Yeah. Everything takes time. Too much time. Kuju, yeah, it's the splash art, which I think capsule art is a good term too. Oh shit, we're on ads. Hopefully you can hear me, Kuju. I'll wait to answer the questions. So after the break here. Just in cases. I got you. Yeah, splash art. For the Steam page. And generally just to kind of market the damn thing, you know? Know what I mean? Know what I mean? Jelly spleen. It says we're back. By the way, do you live in America? Genuinely curious. I was discussing that with my stream yesterday. Yep, I live in America. I'm West Coast. And I am usually a night owl. So that's why it might seem like I'm in another country. This is me as a day walker, living life like a normal person. But yeah, I'm in America, born and raised. I went 12 hours and ended right when you started. Yeah. Been having some big work sessions lately. You'd say I'm ultra early today? Yeah. Oh, yeah. I missed Nuberon. You asked a question. Sorry, we were on ads at the time, so I didn't answer. You just said, I just graduated. Do you have any advice on developing games alone or finding a job in the game industry? P.S. English is not my first language. I apologize if my communication is not good. Nuberon, your English is good. Understood that well. I would say, well, I've never worked in the game industry specifically. I did do Flash games for a while, for about 10 years. People paid me money to make Flash games until Flash died. And so that's about the extent of my experience with, game industry, I guess you would say. But I'd say right now the game industry is going through a big correction, and it's hard to say specifically what you should do. But if I was going to try to break into the game industry, the specific thing the approach I would take is I would look for the jobs that were specifically available at the studios and the places that have job opportunities, and I'd see what positions they have that are available. And then I would look at their requirements, and then I would go and train myself specifically in those requirements. And just be as good as I possibly could be. And from there, it kind of depends on like what you're trying to do. But you gotta, basically, if you're going into the game industry, you're gonna specialize. You know, if you're doing a solo game dev thing, you have to do everything. So you have to be a little bit good at everything, at least. But if you're going out in the industry, you have to be specialized and amazing at that one thing that you're doing. And I think if you're gonna go the solo game dev route, there's a lot more risk. There's no guarantee that you'll succeed. And it takes a long time to make a game. So it's just a massive investment that you have to, decide whether or not you're willing to run the gauntlet of solo game dev. But sorry, I don't have more deeper advice, because it really depends. Like, say you want to be like a concept artist for the game industry, then that's going to be something completely different than, say, if you want to go in for programming. Or maybe you just, I don't know. Like, it really depends like what you're going for. To me, I just have no desire to work in the game industry, because I think what happens in the game industry is a lot of people really aspire to be a part of games. They think it's this really fun thing, and it is. It's a good thing. It's fun to do, but the trick about it that I think is the problem is a lot of studios that are hiring, they know that like people want to be part of the game. They covet the positions. And so they kind of say, all right, well, like, let's underpay them. Let's work them extra hard. And so I think it's a bit of a toxic industry because people want to do it. So they kind of like lord that over you and they abuse you. I'm not cynical. Obviously I am. I'm sure not every studio is like that, but from the way it sounds, I mean, even doing the web dev stuff that I did, the front end stuff, and even when I was making Flash games, there was pressure to get shit done. And I certainly had my fair share of 14-hour workdays, lots of overtime. When we're like, especially when we're getting closer to the deadlines and stuff. And the bigger the client, the more pressure there was to just get things done fast and right. And so you have to be willing to kind of sacrifice your comfort a bit if you want to go into the game industry. That's why I will never, like, if I don't make it as a solo game dev, I'm not going to bother trying to get like if I got a job in C++, for instance, I would just do it for some general software company. I wouldn't worry about trying to do it for game dev because I think that would be miserable. But I've never done it, so I can't really say for sure. I could be wrong. I'm like, I want to do game dev more than anything, but I want to do it for myself. That's been my conclusion. I don't want to fuck around with that noise. Maybe some people in chat who have experience in the game dev industry have more useful things to say. I think when you turn your passion into work, it sucks the fun out of it and you lose your passion. Well, I mean, yes and no. I think if you do it for somebody else who's a bad boss, yes. But if you do it for yourself, like whenever you start your own business, you work extra hard. You know, you think you're doing 14-hour days overtime for a boss was like what I was doing. I'm now doing like 16 plus hour days now, trying to make my own game happen. And I'm loving it. The thing is, when you do something with passion, you don't feel as much pressure, but you end up working longer. And so you got to strike that balance. But if you're doing it for yourself, there's going to be less resentment. If you're doing it for someone else, there likely will be some resentment that you're going to contend with, for sure. I mean, DG, you're not wrong. It's fun, but you have to be doing it with a purpose to survive, and companies absolutely abuse the talent. Reawaken knows. Indie or bust. Agreed. Maybe like engine for graphics work would be okay, but not normal AAA game dev. Yes, exactly. That's what I was meaning. Going to work for a game company because you love games, and on the 400th hour of testing or debugging a game, you don't care about you just resent the whole thing. This is how I feel. This is what happened with the G.I. Joe beat 'em up. That's my theory. We recently were talking about how, there's a retro streamer that I love named Macaw45, and Smiling Big was saying that his nickname is the Burb. And I've been watching him for a couple years, and I've never heard him called the Burb. So I don't know what you're talking about, Smiling Big, but maybe that's what they call him. But anyways, he was playing the G.I. Joe beat 'em up, and it looked like that staff was overworked, underpaid, and they weren't allowed to care. They didn't give enough resources to allow them to care. So that everything was kind of generic. Things were kind of like a little busted, kind of boring. Environments were a bit flat, and you could just tell it was one of those environments where it's like they're just using an IP that it's just going to sell because it's G.I. Joe. But like the people working there are like miserable and sad because they wish they could do better. But they're like, well, you have like 10 hours to do this like 50-hour task. Do it. Or else. And so then suddenly that fun, purposeful job becomes a fucking drag. But like, see, when I'm doing it, it's like what happens. It's like what happens when I decide that I want to commit to something and make it good and fun. that means I have to sacrifice other parts of my idea, you know, because there's only so much time I can put into the game. So I have to like kind of pick and choose. So for every choice that everything I decide to like invest a ton of time in, weeks, you know, hundreds of hours in, that means it's taking time from something else. That's what it means to me. It doesn't mean that I'm going to be working myself to the bone, but it does mean that like if I choose to go a certain path, certain things are going to drop away, because that's the reality of the situation. I can't do everything. I have like only a finite amount of choices I can make, and I just hope that I make enough good ones, that I build trust with, you know, the player, and they like say, okay, this guy actually cares, and he actually makes sure things work. He actually plays the game, you know, like, and I'm not just going to sell the material out, you know, just to make a buck. That's why things are kind of swinging towards the indie dev right now. Because like, I'm not greedy. I just want to be able to make a livable wage off this, and I'll be happy. Like I don't have to make like every cent in the world. Like I have to make just enough to kind of pay bills so I can keep doing it, and then I'm good. Like I'm happy, you know? Because I'm a very frugal person. I don't really need things. And I also, with whatever money I do earn, I invest. So I'm like, push my money further, make it work for me. So it's all good. You think a lot about whether or not it's possible to make a game, but still find the game fun when it's released. I think it's probably is, but I sure don't know how. Well, I don't know. You know what I did today? I woke up today and I was like I was washing my coffee cup, and I was just kind of like got butterflies in my belly because I was excited to work on this splash art today. Like it doesn't happen every day, but when I get enough rest and I come back and I've realized what I'm doing with my time in my life right now, I get excited. I'm like so happy that I'm making this game, even though it's like I don't think it's going to be the most groundbreaking game and blah, 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 talk myself down. But like, I am so happy to be doing it and to be on this path. And the more the game kind of comes together, it makes me happy. Like I feel accomplished, and it gets me excited to think that the game is appealing. Like it's something I've just always wanted to do. Maybe it's just because I'm getting old and like, I don't know, like I'm still excited, and I've been working on it for about 9 months and I'm still getting butterflies. So I think maybe it takes a special type. And like for instance, like, you know, if you produce music, you're sitting there listening to like the same music over and over, like playing it over and over, rehearsing it 1,000 times to try to get it perfect. And after a while, there's days where you just kind of hate it and you're just kind of like, whatever. But if you stick with it, you keep polishing, you keep making changes to improve things, you're going to come back. Your excitement's going to come back, Kuju. Because maybe you're burnt out and that's what you're responding to. Because there's times when I've just been like, oh my God, what am I building? But then I have days like this where I'm just like really excited. I don't know. I think if you stick with it, your excitement will renew. I might just be an eternal optimist when it comes to, I don't know. I'm just like, have a powerful way of self-motivating. It also helps that like when I did my Flash development for those 10 years, I knew through that experience that I already loved making games, because I would pour countless hours into things. And the only thing that made me sad was when I inherited a code base that wasn't mine and it was fucking trash. That pissed me off. Or I had a client that was like, yeah, I need you to do this yesterday, and they just told you about it 2 seconds ago. You're like, fuck you. You know, like there's times when it can be like really annoying and frustrating for sure. And I thought I hated programming until I came back to game dev on my own terms. And I was like, oh my God, I actually love programming. It's just I can't be suffering other people's bullshit. And Kuju, I've seen the work you've put into Fat Goblins, and it looks like you care. And I think that you're probably burnt out, and you're probably going to come back to it and be like, I like this. You're gonna find it again if you've lost it. Like, I just looking at your game, I'm like, I don't believe that you're gonna lose it for long, you know? But I'm just an idiot. I'm just a nub when it comes to indie dev. So what the fuck do I know? Sorry, I'm cussing so much. I want to be better at speaking. Working on certain things is fun, but playing through the actual game, I'm sure isn't as enjoyable for me as an actual inexperienced player. Like, the technology is fun, but 100%ing the game feels disconnected. Well, see, this is why I think getting a feedback loop is vital. Because then you can respond to how other people are responding to it and get playtesting going. Like, if you watch the game conference about the Slay the Spire crew, they talk about how they, in the end, had over 18,000 tickets from playtesters saying what they wanted to change about the game, bugs, how things could be like better if they did the slight one change or whatever. And through 18,000 tickets, they figured out how to make the game more enjoyable based on how people reacted to it. I think maybe that's what you need to like elevate to the next level, because there's only so far you can take it on your own, right? Eventually the game becomes something more than just you. I think once you've taken it to a certain distance on your own, it's time to start getting people playing the game and getting feedback. That's why I don't understand why these AAA games keep like flopping. It's like they're hiring these like special internal committees, and they're not like listening to actual players. Like, they're just like getting special interest people to come in and be like, yeah, you need to change this about your game or this and that. Like, and then they put it in front of players and like, they're like, what the fuck is this? And they just complain about it. But I also think that a lot of gamers are like, their default is to bitch. So, like, they could bitch about it and then you can fix it and then they like suddenly love it. You know, like it's kind of the MO of like, basically the entitlement of gamers is pretty prevalent because they've been so deeply spoiled by all the good games of the past. And so now they're like so spoiled that they're like little brats. So you have to be prepared to kind of work with that. That was actually one of the energies that I was afraid to contend with in going into game dev. But I'm like, you know what? I'm doing it for me. This is what I want to do. And catering to how people feel about the game is important. I value it, and I want them to like enjoy the game, like genuinely. I want them to like not be frustrated, to have a good experience. And I don't care how spoiled they are or how like grateful they are. They all like deserve a good run in the game. And just know that if you get bad reviews or mixed reviews at first, you can come out of it. If you keep pushing patches and you build trust, it can turn around. I've seen it happen. Feedback is crucial, but you also need to learn that constructive criticism needs to be heard and acted on. It's okay if your product isn't perfect. If someone is willing to tell you this needs to be changed, you will be all ears. Separating the complaining from the constructive feedback is key. It's also, like understanding where the feedback is coming from, for sure. And maybe like, if you have enough people playtesting, how many people are saying the same things, or and you have to decide whether or not you agree or whether or not you can afford to make the change, whatever it is. Non-gamers joining game dev companies is weird and a real problem. Yeah, for real. You can't stand people that just bitch about games that are free. I hear that, Rugs. Technology is 100%ing. So Kuju, when you say like the technology is fun, but 100%ing the game feels disconnected, why don't we just, can you explain to me what do you mean? So like you're saying to like get all of the achievements in your game, you're saying you feel, are you just saying you feel dissociated from it because you're kind of numb to it? You've looked at it too long? Or like, what do you mean by disconnected? I'm curious what you mean, because I don't think I fully understand. If you want to talk about it, you don't have to talk about it if you don't want. If you're busy or whatever, but I think I'm pretty much ready to add in some thick outlines. To me, like my always finishing touch to my art is a nice, thick, delicious outline. Yeah, like I like to watch Asmongold's take a lot of times. I don't really agree with Asmongold very often, but I do believe that Asmongold has the kind of general gamer take on things. That like bitch first, and like if you actually like something, say nothing, but if you hate something, scream it to the world. So like when things are positive, you'll hear nothing, but when things are bad, they will farm it for content and be like, this is fucking terrible. And that's Asmongold's whole business model. All he does is find things to complain about, and that's his entire, like, he doesn't spend his streams in like little shorts and stuff saying, look at how cool this game is. I mean, very rarely do you see him say that sort of thing, because negativity holds a lot more weight. But I do like to get his take on it, because he is influencing gamers, and a lot of gamers tend to agree with what he has to say, whether it's toxic or not. And so I like to watch him to get kind of an understanding. And sometimes I generally agree. Like, he's very anti like woke stuff, like putting like a morality, like hidden agenda in games is, I think, ruining games. I think you should just let games kind of be what they are. Whether like the characters are, you know, like not every character needs to be a role model, basically. And if that's the case, it's like a boring, like, don't do drugs, kids. Like, it's just like kind of like, I mean, that's a good message, but like, it's also really fucking boring when you could just be like, you know, going over like real, more interesting characters. I don't know. All right, Kuju, what'd you say? But anyways, I digress. Like yesterday, you worked on the volumetric dust, which was a fun project for 2 days. I enjoyed the look and looking forward to it, working on it. But like actually sitting down and playing the game during a 2-hour playtest, it feels more like work than playing a fun game. This is despite the fact that I can tell that other people are actually really enjoying it. So by 100%ing, I mean actually just playing a long real game session with actual people. Like during the last playtest, I noticed I was just naturally inclined to sit back and not try hard and watch people super casually rather than really play the game for fun. Better believe my goblins are gonna have some fat titties. So yeah, like that makes sense to me because you're the developer. Like when you have to consider that you've played the game like 1,000 times more than anyone else has played the game. Every time you've added like a tiny little change, you've gone and tested it like 100 times. And it's like, so you're like, of course, not going to be as satiated in the game environment. It's not going to have as much dopamine hit. So that's natural. I mean, that makes sense, right? Like when you've played a game 1,000 times, you eventually get it wears on you and you're just kind of like bored. And I think when you've played a game 1,000 times, when you've developed it, you do kind of lose a little bit of luster towards it. I mean, that's why like I get really excited when I'm adding like new elements to the game, because I'm like, finally, there's like something new, you know, like I feel that for sure. And there's times when I've looked at like an enemy, like the orc, for instance. I've seen the orc since the beginning. It was the first enemy, and now it's like autopilot. I like tune the orc out completely. And it's just because I've sat there and looked at it for the past 9 months. Like, how many games do you know that you've played for 9 months straight? I don't know. It makes sense to me, though. Like, your disconnect makes more sense to me now, if I'm grasping that correctly. Yep, exactly. So basically, I keep wondering if it's possible to make a game in a way that still leaves a fun, unique impression. I actually suspect it might be possible. Yeah, I think all it would take is getting out of the dev cycle, because you know that when you play it right now, you're not thinking of it like a casual gamer. You're thinking like, are the dust particles like animating correctly? Was that like a skip? Like, you know, like, did you see like some lag, or like, was there some screen tearing? Like, oh my God, is that like thing breaking? What the, like, you're constantly analyzing. And so it's exhausting. And so naturally, after a while, you're just going to be like, ugh, and just starting like to cruise around and relax. But I bet you if you take a break from the game dev cycle, like say you release it, and after you've gone through like patches and things are just like working well and dependably, code base is stable, you'll probably have a day where you can actually enjoy it. You got to get out of the dev cycle, though. You got to get out of that pressure. That would be my theory. That would be my theory. Because, like, if you're making a game that you know is fun, that you really like, how can it not be fun for you? You know? Once you're out of the pressure cycle. Because, like, when you're a game dev, you just put, like, non-stop pressure on yourself to, like, make things as good as possible. And then, like, when you get people playing it, they start noticing things you didn't even think to, like, pay attention to. And so you're just like, oh, fuck, that's a can of worms. Oh, my God. And thus panic ensues. I've, like, literally laid awake at night with anxiety, like, thinking about making the game good. Like, like, I don't think I've ever thought about a game like that outside of when you're building one. You know? You agree with Rian, especially if you're getting positive feedback on your game. It's like your baby, so naturally you're going to feel that way when playing. Yeah. Yep, usually do take weekends off entirely to avoid burnout, but that's not so significant. Well, you know, I don't know. If you want to combat the burnout and the overexposure to your own source material, you can do what a therapist told me a long time ago, which is practice gratitudes. Literally, like every day before you go to bed, think about what you're thankful about when it comes to your game. Maybe the last thing that you finished, or that you've gotten this far. I mean, there's always a million things to be grateful for if you start to think about it. And if you live a life in gratitude, you will eventually, your happiness will match up. So there'll be a day that you're practicing gratitude, and you'll also notice that you're really happy. And then you'll be like, oh shit, yeah. Things just click. So even when you're like burnt out, just be like, oh, I'm glad. Like for me, I'm glad I got Piranhas done. I was like so worried that I was going to spend too much time on Piranhas, and I kept avoiding it. I was procrastinating so hard on Piranhas, and I finally got it done, and that was last stream. And I was just so happy. And it was an amazing day. It was yesterday. I mean, it was just like the fact that I was able to move on and get some very significant design done on the cards was just like a bonus. It was awesome. I think design, like making a game, you get way different things out of the process than actually playing the game. Like for me, it's like once I've built a new aspect of the game, I get like satisfaction from the accomplishment. Where like if you're playing a game, you're more like satisfied by the achievements within the game. It's just a different thing. But anyways, hopefully that helps with your burnout. I don't know. Don't give up. Don't ever give up. You only fail when you stop. Man, that beard's looking sweet. Think little things like you can make a big difference in your everyday mental with gratitude. Hell yeah. Salt Queen, hello. How you doing? Basically depends, but yeah, you're actually burnt out and there's no existential crisis. I agree with Rian that this is basically part of the game dev process. As a thought exercise, I keep wondering if you can make a game and keep it feeling fresh. Well, you know how I do that, Kuju? Like it's like I was very much procrastinating on the Piranhas plant, like getting the rank 2 and the rank 3 animations done. And the reason why I was like a little bit dreading it was because the animation is identical to rank 1. So I had already done the animation, but I had to redo it at a different size. So I was kind of like redoing the same work, but at like a different scale of the graphic. And of course in pixel art, if you resize art, you're like, you immediately have to redraw everything because it goes to shit. And so whenever I felt like, man, I don't want to work on this, I would just turn and like work on the splash art, or I would like go and work on the programming. I just did something different. And that's the beautiful thing about game dev. When you're solo game deving, like there's so many things, so many different things, with different like skill sets that you have to do that you can easily be like, I'm sick of programming, so I'm going to do some art. I'm sick of like doing digital art, so I'm gonna do pixel art. I'm sick of this, I'm gonna work on the music. I'm sick of this, I'm gonna work on some of the writing. I'm sick of this, I'm gonna work on some of like the marketing or like project management. There's like always something that you can do and find motivation for that like isn't you driving one thing endlessly. I mean, that's how it is for me. Posted a new pixel art critter in your Discord. Ooh, you did. I also posted a little like old school mech pixel art I did a while ago. Nice. We got mechs. We got mechs up in our art channel in the Discord. Got like a bird mech from Salt Queen. Let's go. Pretty much like exercise is always gonna like release you as well. Get the blood flow, take a break, take a walk, get fresh air, hydrate, good nutrition, plenty of sleep, all these things to help counter, and maybe just like kick back and like watch a sweet show, you know? Like watch a good movie. I've been watching a lot of horror films lately. When I'm feeling like especially burnt and lazy, I pick up my iPad and I'll do like pixel art, not animation, just like straight up like I'll start like a new piece and just kind of like goof off while I'm watching like a horror film. And that's kind of my like happy place lately. All right, let's do a quick outline and then I'll be ready to get back to the colors for this. This is too thick. You don't need like a ton of attention on these bottom elements. A little less thickness. Save. Save your work, people. Save. You were trying to practice grayscale with only 4 values. That's awesome. Restricting your color values is like such a great practice. I remember watching Cynics. He's a very amazing art teacher, and he streams on Twitch, and he also has a pretty successful YouTube channel. And he says one of the best ways to get into painting, digital painting, you start by doing like 2 color paintings. So you have to like take a photo and then try to replicate it with only 2 colors. And then once you feel like you're solid with that, then you have to do it with 3 colors. And it helps you really kind of maximize a set of colors. So by restricting your like color palette can be a very powerful tool in like advancing your painting skills. So I really dig that, Salt. You've been 7 days a week for over 4 months now, and those little daily things really help. I was just about to mention exercise, but Rian beat me to it. That's right, Ruggs! You fucking lost! I beat you! Yeah! You think it looks pretty good? Hell yeah, let's go. Let's go. You gotta be grateful for how far you've come. You also just gotta take a break. You gotta take a break. Play a game. Do something completely different. Do some woodworking. Why don't you whittle yourself a little stick, you know, whittle a little stick and walk around the neighborhood, walk your dog, or maybe cook a meal, cook something you never cooked before. You know what I was doing this morning? Right when I woke up, I was doing math. I was like going online and finding like little math quizzes. And honestly, I was like practicing order of operation quizzes. I was like trying to remember PEMDA. Was it man, I already forgot the acronym. Please excuse my dear Aunt Sally. It's the order of operations where it goes parentheses, exponentials, multiplication, division, addition, subtraction. And when it comes to multiplication and division, you go from left to right. And when it comes to addition and subtraction, you go left to right. And then I would sit there and do the quiz, and I would be like trying to like do they'd have like big old order of operation things, and it was like the equations were so long that I couldn't keep the I wasn't using paper or anything. I was just trying to do it all in my head, and it was really hard for me to like remember everything. I'm like, unless I'm like writing math down to like remember the numbers that I just figured out, like I can't keep it all in memory. Like it's very hard. I was doing it because I was trying to practice holding things in memory a bit longer. But it was like a struggle. I'm like, oh fuck, I forgot that was a plus, not a minus. Oh no, I forgot that was a negative. When you multiply negative to, oh god. And I'm just like doing just doing things to challenge myself. And it's just like, sometimes it's just fun to do stuff like that to kind of challenge your mind and practice holding things in memory and trying to work things out. that is low stakes. I was feeling like stressed out doing it, but I also didn't matter if I failed because I could look at the answer right there and go back and figure out what I did wrong and try to learn. That's one way that I decompress.
Come on.
I actually just picked up, oh, Lazy Man, thank you for the follow. I just picked up Brain Age 2 for my old DS, so I can start doing Brain Ages again. That has like a lot of like simple math stuff, and they like time you. Because I recently pulled out my DS because I was playing Final Fantasy Tactics A2, and I'm like, where's my Brain Age? So I ended up just buying it because I couldn't find it, and I'm gonna start doing that again too. I just like doing that little stuff. Just the simple math that you lose touch with because you're not doing it ever. I'm like, I'm a fucking bum. I have to keep on top of that shit or it like atrophies in my brain. You actually didn't do grayscale and digital before, only with charcoal? Well, congrats, Saul. Your picture is pretty cool. It's got kind of like a Pokemon vibe in it a little bit. You love the fights from Simple Math on social media when it comes to PEMDAS? Yeah, like that's what made me do it, because I kept seeing it on like TikTok and stuff, like PEMDAS order of operation math problems. And I was like, wow, I really don't remember this at all. So I started studying it because I'm like, I want to be able to do these. Because like I only remembered like part of it, you know, like not all, because you have to remember each step. There's like an order, a specific order to things in order for it to arrive at the consistent answer. And it's not hard. It's just a matter of like remembering, you know. Hello, Lazy. W math. Yeah. Math is good. I like doing math. I also like chess. I'm not very good at either, but it's what I like to do. Challenge myself, try to be better, because I'm kind of an idiot. Because when you don't do these things ever, you know, you don't do it that often, it just atrophies, you know, it goes away. So I'm like, I need to polish this stuff up. And it's going to help with like mental acuity. It's going to help with debugging, because the more you're able to kind of work stuff out fully mentally. And then if you guys remember Brain Age on the DS, it's like very good for practicing, putting that pressure on yourself to kind of do math basically under a timer, you know? It's not complicated. It's like very relatively simple stuff, but it's just good exercise, mental exercise. Okay, what? I think we're ready to bring back the killer. Do I want to thicken these lines? Look at how thick that axe line is. Yeah, I kind of want to. All right. Arms can get thicker. Go thicker on these lines. It isn't a massive focal point, but I want it to kind of match the axe. It doesn't have to be a perfect match, but don't want it to be far off. I don't know, but Kuju's like burnout issue, it like for whatever reason just reminded me of I remember my buddy talking about when he had his baby, and he talked about like when it's 4 in the morning, and or you know, let's say it's like 3 in the morning, baby starts crying, and you and your wife wake up and you turn over and you look at her and you're trying to like figure out, you know, who's gonna go. And he said to me, he's like, you better be sure that that person that you're waking up next to is your best fucking friend, because you're gonna be underslept and you're gonna feel like shit, and you're gonna find a way to move forward. But it is going to be very hard. And so you want to make sure that you're, the point is that you're like married to your best friend, that you can weather that with your good buddy, basically your wife. And I say, like, I would have to say the same thing about your game, because once you've released your game and it's crashing and you have to like do hot fixes and like stress out about it, like you want to make sure that that game on some level is just like very worth it to you. It's that it is your like something that you really want out there. It has to be your baby. You got to care. You got to love it. Even through the pain. Theoretically, there are a lot of orders to do calculations, but that one is the most popular and standardized. Well, it really does make a difference, the order in which you do math. It does make you question if you did a non-standard order to doing your math, would it like, you would have drastically different results. I mean, like, kind of interesting. Like, how did they determine that PEMDAS was like legit, you know, that it worked? Like, is that what they use in like engineering? Like, does it literally match up with physics? It must. How did they figure that out? It's amazing. You skipped a few grades in math. It just comes naturally to me. Well, you are amazing. Computer most of the times used to work in reverse Polish notation. Oh, interesting. You have a big math test soon, so I can skip to calc. I'm dreading it, hoping I don't shoot myself in the foot. Well, take your time. You know, everything in math is accumulative. So, like, basically make sure you know everything you need to know. Math is like programming. And all you got to do is understand the framework and you're good. You're golden. Doesn't have to be an ego thing if you fail. You're just like, well, I just don't fully grasp the framework yet. All I gotta do is look up the documentation and figure it out. That's how I feel about programming. I'm like, well, the compiler decides whether or not I'm an idiot. Like, I can debug something for a very long time. I mean, one time on stream, I was debugging the stopwatch issue. The stopwatches weren't running correctly, and it took me 4 hours to figure out that that's what was wrong. It took me about 20 minutes to fix it. 4 hours to find it. I'm like, oh my God, no. That was a hard day. But when I finally figured it out, I was so grateful. I was like, oh my God, it's over. The pain is over. I mean, that is programming, man. Sometimes you're just beating your head against the wall, just trying to like remember what the fuck is going on. What the hell did I build? And everything is your fault. It's definitely a humbling experience. Okay. It's probably enough outline business. Sounds like pain. You go to compile and would be outdated, so it would screw my timings. Ugh. Love it when you figure out those bugs though. I get mad excited. Hell yeah. Compilers at my company hated me. Yes, they hated you, Salt. They hated you. The ticket system had so much unneeded stress. Should say the code in the branch I was working on, the compiling code would be outdated. Ugh. Definitely was. We've all been there. All right, bring back the color. Ooh. Ah. Ooh. Ah. Ew. Look at how fucked up it looks. Ew. We've got some cleaning to do. I blame the schools. We will clean this orc up one way or another. Yes. Orc skin first. We'll start with the orc skin. Sadly, all this cool musculature's gotta go. We gotta, as Bob Ross would say, kill our babies. We must destroy our pretties so that we can make better pretties. Goodbye, pretties. Actually, let's just hide all the highlights. We don't need to remember the pain. Worst part is the computer does its job perfectly and it's not its fault. Sick. Let's go, Rugs. We got to actually color in the new line work that I did. Starting with the skin. Ba-bum. So I think I'm just going to get the flats done and then probably call it a day. I want to take it be kind of light today. So we're still going to be here for a little bit, but like I didn't want to put a lot of pressure on myself because yesterday I did a 11.5-hour stream. And I can tell you it was very exhausting. And so I'm trying to not push it today. Since I streamed just yesterday, we've got to mitigate our energy output here, not overdo it. We must learn what our body is telling us. What the hell? What is that? Oh, there's still... Oh, fuck me. Yes, no wonder. I had that like note, the notation over top. So I was like pulling colors that didn't even exist in this timeline. Cleaning things. It's going to look like chaos until it doesn't. Remember when you were a kid and you loved coloring in color books? That's all art really is. You just make your own color book and then you fill in the lines. It's just like easy, man. It's like no big deal. Color, 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 chameleon. Coloring. Fill in the lines with sophisticated tools. We used to pay money for this. Now we just do it because we like it. I guess we do pay money for this because I had to buy Clip Studio paint. Whoa, look at that line's fucked up. Gotta fix that line. Sometimes these lines are kind of crazy. Kind of got crazy with it. Give me a prettier line, would you? I want that line to sing. The delicious line weights. I love it when you sculpt a line and make it something it wasn't. That's especially what takes me so long with digital art is I love line sculpting. So it like, I'm literally like drawing an entire shape, not just a line. Because I'm trying to like factor in every side, every angle, every piece. Trust the process. All right, back to filling in the color. By the way, at what stage of development is the game? I'm here first time, so just being curious. All right, I'll show you the game. I'll show you where it's at, my friend. As soon as I fill this in. Did we get all the skin? I think we did. Okay. And we'll bring back the armor. Gotta clean that up. We will clean it up soon. Okay, so let's check it out. I know Watashi was like curious about when we're gonna change the we just added in the trail to the projectiles. So like when we get the Piranhas in, I just finished the Piranhas yesterday. So when he shoots his thing, he has like a little trail, that little purple trail, and it's actually on the spike shot right now too. And so it's going to look purple when that shoots. So that's got to be changed. That's when we were talking about like maybe we'll do like wood shards maybe. Lanny was talking about maybe doing like leaves or something. So this is where the game's at so far. It's two directional, so like you can have enemies coming from the other side. I recently just added in the steel trap, and yeah, we just added in the rank 2 and the rank 3 of the Piranhas, the piranha plant. Before that, we added in the steel tooth saw, and I was working a lot on the quick menu so that you can. The regrowth allows you to heal, and also when you have the steel trap, you have the reset trap button. and I added like a cooldown to the button. And then I also recently put in so that you can see the rank of the Arcana on the quick menu. Oh good, we got a guy coming, so we can show the steel trap. So when the steel trap goes off, this is a unique Arcana where you actually have to manually reset the trap when it goes off. So it's kind of like a special, unique thing, and it's also fragile. Like it doesn't take many hits before it gets destroyed. But it does a lot of damage. Got some decent knockback, and so it can be a pretty heavy hit. But like, say for instance, if this guy comes up and hits it, it'll probably be like toast in like 1 to 2 hits. Oh, see if I can heal it. And we got the reset button. You can see the cooldown on it, which I think I need to do more to kind of visually change it. One of the cool things about the steel trap is, yeah, it's weak and you kind of have to like do high maintenance, but when it's behind these guys, here's a little secret. You can actually hit guys from behind. So you can like sit here and like tool away at these dudes. Especially if I increase the size, because then its range increases a bit. That's an overkill. When you overkill, like they like are thrown towards the screen. Oh, see, now it's not like that guy's out of range, so it doesn't get everyone, but it can help in that pickle of a situation. And then you can also use the left Arcana to point right, but currently only the sword would attack to the right. Also steel trap or spike shot. So yeah, this is like where the game is at. It's very pretty. Thanks, Lazy. Looking good. Thank you, JK. Welcome in. Welcome in. All right, let's finish up the flats for this, and then I'm probably gonna call it quits for the day. I'm gonna eat snacks and watch Game of Thrones. So let's fix this flats. All right, so starting off, we will erase the crap away. Get out of here, boy. There's also a deck builder component, which isn't really built yet, but that's to come to as well. That's in the pipeline. Much to do, especially for just C++ and SDL. Yeah, it is my own little system I built. It's really not that big a deal. I mean, from my perspective, it is time consuming though. To like, I'll tell you what's time consuming is the art. Doing all the art is time. Like the programming is not that big a deal. I'll tell you what though, like when I was first getting into C++, I was very intimidated by it. It scared the shit out of me. It took me forever to like build up the confidence to actually sit down and learn it for real. I mean, just like passing stuff to functions was like weird and different, and like it just felt like everything was different than what I was used to. But now it doesn't feel like a big deal at all. So that's hopefully some encouragement for you all. So if you're trying to learn C++, it's once you're in it, it's not that scary. It took me just a couple years to study it, to get like comfortable with it. So you're in for the long haul if you're in for it, but you'll get to a point where you just like know what you're doing and it doesn't feel so bad, so scary. This is great. Thank you, DG. It's coming along. Damn, because that's on the same layer. Gotta clean the lines up, making them clean. Putting in the colors. Oh. Okay. What's that? What is this? Must be on the armor layer. Yahtzee. But you do not need to test and debug art. Art is different. It does actually, you do need to debug art. That is not accurate. You obviously are not an artist if you have to say that. Hopefully you aren't an artist and I didn't offend you just now. But let me show you something. You want to know what debugging art looks like? You see that? That's called debugging art. And that was that round of notes. And then I have this round of notes that I'm working on today. There's another revision. So that's debugging. Yep. 100% there is debugging in art. If you're not debugging your art, you've given up too soon. No one is perfect. It's wise to harness that. Be like, I know I'm making mistakes, and so the point is to make as little mistakes as possible by catching them and fixing them. And to further debug my art, what I'm going to do is, it's funny that I'm calling it debugging, I'm going to put it in front of some other artist and get some criticisms. And they're going to tell me what's wrong with my stuff. And I'll go through and do edits that are from other people. So right now I'm just in the phase of like doing my own editing, trying to get it up to snuff. But the editing, the main critique that I would like to get, it's from this artist called Bikake. I don't know if I'll be able to even get her attention when she's streaming. She used to have like a channel point redeem where you could like submit and she would critique your work live on stream. And I'm hoping she still does that, because she would be the person I want to send my art when I'm done painting it. Because she would be the one that like, yeah, your lighting's fucked up and this is bad. And like, she knows everything. Like literally, she's the master. She's Yoda. She'd be the person that I'm hopefully can get some answers from about how I can fix stuff. She's critiqued my work in the past and it made my piece like 1,000 times better. I mean, really did help. And when you're doing stuff by yourself, it's really good to get like feedback, you know, that's not just yourself. So you're not in an echo chamber. You want to know, you want to get other people's opinions and figure out what you're going to do. All right, let's do this beard. Now I get it. My drawings are all bugged, like my code. There you go. My dude, it's been fun hanging out today, but got to get going and make some dinner for the kiddos. Let's go. Have a great rest of the stream here. I'll be back again next time. Thank you, DG. And good luck with dinner. Thank you so much for hanging. He's still going. I get to watch with audio. What's going on, Dura? Did you finish your work? Let's go. Congrats, my friend. Thanks again for that Prime sub. Now I can say it with my voice. Thank you, thank you. I don't know how long I've been streaming today, but I do want to wrap it up after I get these flats done, as I've been saying, because I'm going to not push it today, because yesterday, again, was like really 11-hour stream. You can't be doing 11-hour streams every day. You got to give yourself a break. Yep. Almost 5 hours. So it's kind of a shorter stream for me. But I think that's okay. Because again, it's about finding balance with everything you do. And also when you're making a lot of creative decisions, you don't want to you don't want to tax yourself too heavily. There was oh yeah, that was that little bump in the beard that I want to fix. I want to fix it. Oh, you're not a bump. You're a beard color. Clean. All right, we got to fix up the axe. And then we're good to go. Look at how beautifully shaded Gant is right now. Oh my God, he looks so good. He looks so, I like it. Just redid his eyes today. I love the armor too. I also added, we have this noise. I added this noise, Perlin noise. You can see it's like this little grain, and it just gives it this nice little texture to everything. It's very good. But we don't do that while we're working on it. Gives it kind of like a paper quality. Paper. You just realize that you've been passing wrong arguments, and that I need to do the last 4 hours of calculations again. Oh no. Well, take a breath, take a break, and get yourself a snack before you get back to it. And always know that whenever you make a mistake like that, that was the path you were always going to take in order to get to the right answer. So there's no don't what they call in psychology, don't second arrow yourself. Don't be that dude in Skyrim who took an arrow to the knee, and then when he was done taking the arrow to the knee, he bitched about it. And that's what second arrowing is called. It's when you have something bad happen in your life, and then you start telling yourself this elaborate story of why everything sucks, and you just sit there and dwell and ruminate and make it worse because you're second arrowing like a fool. No second arrows. One arrow is enough. I am not wise. I'm just full of platitudes. Dun, 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 dun. This is how I keep myself motivated. Just a constant string of platitudes in my mind. I am merely mortal. Oh, look at you. You are on the sword colors. Yep, you little bastard. Little bastard. Not gonna have that, little bastard. Whoa. I am feeling hungry. Shiny. What's our working title now? Tree McGee and the Orcs That Flee? Oh my god, how did you know? Working title is still Tree's Revenge, but I do have the official title that I have told not a soul. Only I know the secret. If you wish to learn the secret, you must stick around. It'll be another month before I get this page live. I have to sit on this secret for so long, it's killing me. But it's what I must do to protect the idea. Tree McGee! Come and get it. You want to play a game called Tree McGee and the Orcs That Flee? How did you know? tree, the guy, and the orcs that die. I want nothing more. Wrong color. So there it is. Orc tree. Yep. That's one way to go. God, Clip Studio Paint has gotten so slow. Or this file is just too big. I don't know. Did I save? God, I hope I saved. All right, that's what we did today. Basically, we moved the arm up and we made the hand a little bigger. I also fixed the fingers on this hand on Gant. I also pushed his head back so that his head was a bit larger, a little bit thicker. And I made his eyes a little more squinty. And then I went over to the orc. We completely redrew his arms, so the shading, there's no shading. And we made a new axe. And I also redid his eyes so that he's looking a little bit more up. And Nicholas, thank you so much for the follow. So I think this like arm formation, it feels a little bit more active. There's a little bit more like tension, I think. And it still allows me to kind of keep him in a small space. And what I especially love about it is that it's moved the axe and the arms like off of his face so we can see the full glory of his beard. And so I was able to like go way more off with his beard. So it's this nice, big, cool shape. So that's very good. So I'm very stoked so far with this. And so I probably am going to end up redoing some of the anatomy on the arm once I like start shading it, but we'll see. It looks like it might actually work as it is. And then, yeah, so it's orc is coming together, man. The orc is coming together. He's one sexy orc. I will say that orc is thick. Feels like he's just after the swing. Yeah, it's like he hit the axe into the shield and he's about to pull it out to go for another attack. And I just liked having the idea of like when I first drew it, I went for like a complete crisscross of the weapons so that the thorn blade and the axe kind of like perfectly crisscrossed. but it put the orc, like he was like holding it too close to his chest. So I was like, okay, well then we're gonna have to just go for a little bit of asymmetry there and say fuck it, because overall I want the gesture to be more interesting. So I went with this kind of look instead, where the axe is not, there's no longer that nice crisscross, but the arms look more interesting. I don't know. Great work today, man. Looking awesome. Thank you, JK. What's the orc's name? He doesn't have a name. His name is Jaguar. Did you know that his name is Jaguar Vision? Welcome in. But that's going to be it for me today. We did, 5-hour stream? And, okay, good. Okay, I was saying. Anyways, I hope that the YouTube stream was decent with the royalty-free music playing, and the VOD for the Twitch, my Twitch VOD should also have the royalty-free music in it as well. So that'll be interesting. I'll be like listening back to that to see how it vibes. Hopefully it's okay. But if you're watching live on Twitch, you'll be hearing the Spotify music that I play, which is kind of more what I like to listen to. Twitch is the place to be, because YouTube doesn't fuck around with that shit. You have to be like fully royalty free or nothing, and it's having something is better than nothing. So yeah, I picked some like lo-fi stuff. Enemy orc number 8, Lazy Man. Yeah, that's basically the name of it. That's right. It's orc number 8. Or orc number 1, since he is the first one. But yeah, this let's find someone to raid, and I'll be back again on Friday. And this time I'm gonna really try to stream on Friday. It might be more of a daytime stream, like it was today, or I may be starting. My schedule's always moving forward slightly. Like right now I'm going towards the day, but again, eventually I'll be streaming through the night, like all night long, like I have been. But it's going to probably take me a week or so to get there. So just give it time. My schedule's always in flux, but I'm trying to at least keep it on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays, even if that means I'm streaming towards the day. I don't mean to be constantly changing kind of the time when I stream, but I am just like letting myself sleep when I need to sleep, and I'm just always working on game. All that matters is I'm working on game, okay? But I will be here. I promise. I will stream. If you don't see me like on a Monday, Wednesday, or Friday, I will probably be streaming the next day, in the morning or something, some odd time to try to make up for it. But we'll always be on here trying to get the game done, and things are going well. I'm liking how this is coming out, and yeah, so that's it. That's all I have to say. I'm gonna find someone to raid. Hope you guys had a inspiring and good stream today, hanging out with me. And let's see what I can find. It seems like my people are more like, my audience tends to be more towards the evening times. And I don't blame them for my like random daytime streams to like not know where the hell I am. But it's my own damn fault. My own damn fault. What can I say? Let me see. Who can we raid? Who can we raid? Guys, we should raid Kuju and give him encouragement. You orc 80. All right, I got it ready. We're gonna raid Kuju because he is talking about his burnout in his game. He's getting burnt out. We need to try to encourage him. So let's go say hey to him. And let's play our outro song as we like to do. What? Carol, we got to stick around for a moment for Carol. What's going on, Carol? How is it going, man? How was your stream? I literally was just about to raid out, but I'm going to hang for a couple to say hello to you. What's going on? What's going on? What's the sitch? You had a brief stream today? I feel like my stream is very brief today. I went for 5 hours. But we got some good shit done. A bit tired and need sleep? Yeah. Sometimes it's good to have shorter days and not to put a lot of pressure on yourself. You know, just get some rest and find balance in the force. Watch a good show, eat a good snack, go for a nice walk. Well, thank you guys for supporting Carol. We are going to raid Kuju, who's working on a game called Fat Goblins. And he was talking earlier in stream how he was having a burnout. And so let's go give him some encouragement. You can do it. You need to get your game on and return to having a minimum of 4-hour streams. It's good to have a minimum, yeah. Keep you focused. Keep working. Well, thank you so much for the raid. You know me, normally I'd be streaming for at least like 8 hours, but since I did an 11.5-hour stream yesterday, I'm gonna take it easy today because I'm still recovering from the 11.5 hours. But we got a lot of good shit done today. This was good work. I got all my notes done for this piece, so that's good. Now I just have to go in and render and polish, so it's a beautiful thing. So let's get the music going. Let's get our last, our final song going. And we're going to start the raid. And I'm going to say goodbye to YouTube. I'm going to stop the YouTube stream. Thank you for watching on YouTube. And,